Oh, and I have almost everything ready except, actually myself. Give me a moment here. I had everything going. Forgot one last thing. There we go. Tracker. Reset. Oh, and yeah, I did kind of adjust a couple things, so let's get me back over here. Oh, middle. There we go. And one last bit. There we go. Finally got that update to Vignon. Finally did some adjusting to get the spout plugin working on here, which means that instead of using a virtual camera and then having to mat out the background, you'll notice from a lack of green glow around the outlines here, that this is now shooting straight over. But that also means that some of the stuff the camera did, like automatically flipping the view, well, it didn't. But I think I've got that going. And finally got, with that update, also managed to get the minor little wind effect going, because hey, a little bit more dynamicism never hurts. Also, the new updates, some stuff got rearranged, so maybe I'll play around with the parameters, so I'm no longer going all the way up there. We'll see. First things first is I need to get the overlay in. It's something I've been looking for kind of inspiration on for a little while now, but I think I finally found it. Actually, honestly, I woke up this morning with it. Got a decent idea of where I want to go on all of it, and now it's just a matter of doing it. Alright, so first things first, let's go ahead Fix my canvas size here. Yeah, hope I can put the right numbers in. 1920 by 1080, just so I'm effectively going straight on to what'll be coming in over here. Yep. There we go. Deselect that, get back. Now the downside is something about the, I think it's the cable for my tablet is acting up a bit. So if I bump it in just the wrong way, it tries to disconnect. And if it disconnects too hard, it goes into power saving, and then my system's back down to seeing, oh, I've only got 2 monitors, and it resets everything. So that's going to be fun. But, all right. Nope. Oh. Let's just get some basic guidelines going off. Yeah. You can probably see when it blacks out just from doesn't even be showing up on OBS at least, so that data is still going out. It's just this thing's acting up. Yeah, let's unlock the background because I don't need it. Get that. And first off, we're just going to get some basic guides in. 40 pixels is too much. Four is plenty. And well, I can actually go over OBS. How have I got myself set up here? Okay, so that's 1244 off the left, but then I've got about half of this. So basically what I'm planning to do here is effectively like right through here, going to be basically kind of sectioning it off. So my section will be like right here. Chat will be up in this area. Then I can go down over in here, get a little status bar kind of thing going. Also where I can have like supplementary images for if I've got people coming in, get their Fugis over inside here. There's some other things that maybe slightly interactive. I know eventually at one point what I really want to do is I want to get a heart rate monitor going. So I can tie that in. I have some neat effects planned for that. Really longer term, if I can manage it, is there's actually some sets you can get for brainwave monitoring. And there's some experiments I want to do on that front because I think it'll be kind of interesting. See what else I might be able to trigger with it, and the ultimate goal on that front is see if I can get some of my sisters and other members of the clan here to be able to be active even while I'm up in front taking care of things here too. I think that would be really neat. But first I'd have to get the hardware to be able to read through additional channels because, you know, only one pair of hands still to work with, only one vocal track. And then, but I'd be able to tweak if you can get enough resolution off the brainwave scanner, and if effectively they'll have to learn to interact on that front there. And it might help settle a couple questions about some things too. I had done some reading and turned out that, yeah. So, I mean, there are distinct differences apparently for people that are plural when they're going through and when multiples are active all at the same time versus if you've just got like a trained actor pretending. So given that there are some differences, if we can pick up on those and then turn them over into inputs here, I think it'd be nice to get the whole family over. We'll see. But a lot of that is for later. The first step on all of this is definitely going to be... Actually, oh. Yeah, that's actually going to make doing this overlay a whole lot easier. Okay, I just need to peel some stuff off. Just got some ideas. Give me a moment. Peel my tool sets out of here. Actually, rather than peel those off, can I just grab this and separate it? Yeah, sure. New view. Okay, maybe not. Okay, so I do have to peel all my toolbars out, stick them over on my main monitor. But, as I've got OBS visible on my secondary, all I need to do now is, quote all I need to do with the toolbar. Okay, no, that's not there. That's just quick sets. Window. Okay, that's just a new instance of Krita entirely. Not useful. Because what I can do is effectively where is the zoom control? That here we go. Come on. Now just do a straight fit. Yeah, basically what I want to do is if I can get it to fit here perfectly, or at least close enough, and that'll take a whole lot of guesswork out of it for me. Okay, 70 goes here. Up. Yeah, it's still scrunched a bit. And now watch, I got my actual canvas dimensions wrong here. Oh, quick way to check. No, not personalize. Yeah, 1920, 1080. Canvas is 1920, 1080. Okay. Not working quite as much as I'd hoped. So, stretch you. Okay, no, you're going to refuse to actually go beyond the border of that screen. Do this. No, you won't go higher? As you can see what I'm aiming to try here. But, okay. Guess that's the best I'm getting. It was an idea. So, anyway, let's just go ahead. Get some basic sectioning off here. Guess we'll just have to go. Feels like this is gonna be a bit too much, honestly. But this area up in here is gonna be where the... That's gonna be too disruptive here. Let me put everything back. You know what? Just boom. I know that came out to be handy after all. Anyway. There we go. Yeah, because this section here is going to be... That's the gameplay. It feels like I don't want to take up too much of the vertical space on this. And this one should probably be closer to down here. But the proportions on that aren't going to be as great. And then also I think I'll probably need to take up more space up to like here or so instead. But, well, let's go ahead. I keep losing track of my cursor here. All right. Stuff I want. I gotta find somewhere to put all these. Yeah, I suppose hard stuff works. Come on. Don't die on me, tablet. Worried that last time I did one of these using the tablet here, it got overheated. Or something just got knocked loose back in there. Ah, and off it goes. Mix cables. And it's kind of a rat's nest. Alright. Here, plugged into this. Yeah, you're the main power on it, but you're getting power, so that's not the problem. Alright, I guess we're doing this without the third display. Of course, it still thinks it sees it over on OBS, which is what's interesting. Minor rearrangement. On the many things that I need to do. Need to figure out how to go ahead and get... All right, that's for a later thing. All right, grab my main creator window and try and drag it on over. Right in. Now what's supposed to happen is... All right. Now at least I can see it on OBS, so I can... but I can't because I got this going. So back over to here. Okay, rip it over to my primary screen. Boom, boom. There we go. Back to here again. Wow, the color's gotten badly reset over on that monitor. What temps are really messed up. All right. Interesting that turning down the contrast actually helps make things more visible. All right. Okay, monitor weirdness, hopefully somewhat settled. All right, back over to here. What I was going to do. Okay, export. I don't need those. Art stuff. New folder. Yes, I was going to work on an icon for Valor at one point and completely lost track of, well, I wouldn't say lost track of, just got art blocked pretty hard. Overlay. Guidelines. PNGs are great. Okay, let's go. All right. Yeah, we go image, create new. Art stuff, overlay, guidelines, open. Yep. All right, so it fits right on top of there. And now if I make it visible, we go boom. Okay, that actually wasn't too bad at the first guess. All right, so yeah, width, I think I want to take up a little more space here. So we'll go grab that, and then I don't need that much here, so I can go grab that. Yeah, then we'll go about half that height here. This to erase. All right, re-export. Back on guidelines, save. And now here's the question. Will it update automatically? It did. Nice. I love that. Good turnaround times. Okay, and then this means I can get a bit more. Yeah, so I can get a bit more upper torso involved in here. Cool. And what I can also do now, we will go take primary display. Thank you proportionally. Did I get this going? Okay. I think I may have actually got that almost spot on. Okay, we'll go fill white. Pop that here. Right here. Okay, just so we can get kind of a decent look without the basic black background. Again, yeah. Boom. Ah, layering. There we go. Yeah, that is... Okay, not perfect, but close. Okay, so I need it to be 160. Okay, yes, that gives me 290 from the right. That's a good fit. 163 up from the bottom. Okay, close enough there for now. Yep. Too far. Yeah, that's fine. I don't need to worry. Just my guidelines layer anyway. Oh, so you're not going to scroll over on that side for me, but you will over on the right. That's less than useful. All right, I'm going to call that close enough as far as guidelines go. All right, back to fill. Boom. Okay, now... Okay, I like how that looks there. Let's take a look. How does it look on the broadcast? And tilt over here. Okay. Gives me plenty of space to work with. And never mind that little steam pop-up. Okay. Yeah, I know there's a way to set up streamer mode on Steam. I have just... I don't really think I'm going to do it at the moment. Anyway. Okay, so I got my working space. Yeah, properties really got highlighting. Area guides, and we'll go ahead and lock that down here. Now we're going to be painting over on top of all this. Or I say painting, but I've been having a great deal of luck over with curves and actual just paths. Because, you know, one, tablet's down, so I'm not actually going to be using the whole ink thing at the moment. It's just nice to be able to go back and tweak things and have it all look neat rather than having to go back and forth and back and forth. Oh, hey, tracks when I sit up and actually kind of lift myself up a bit and reposition every now and then. That's nice. All right. Okay, so the way I'm looking at doing this is effectively it's going to be kind of 3 layers. So first we're going to have the kind of the borderline layers for everything. And then there'll be kind of a, like, got a little back screen behind it. And then in between them, that's where the content's going to fit. So like over in here, that's where we're going to have, well, you folk. I'll be. Then for the status, that's going to be, because I'm going to be trying to carve out areas where I've got the space for these things, even though it's going to be a while before I have all the hookups. Some of it's going to be hardware related, some of it's going to be software. Some of the things on it I expect to try and do as just like straight up toggles to work with on it there. And the theming for all this effectively is it should look kind of like a control panel effectively, since I wanted to actually reflect more of how I see myself interacting through with the world. This is not I'm here in the bio body looking over at these monitors. It's more of the me is inside the headspace at a actual console. And then from there, I've got like, okay, I've got my visual output. I've got all these assorted other things to deal with. And then that's kind of how I face the world. I just want to make a reflection of that. At least as a little bit of one anyway. So, I got this here. Got this, got this. So let's make the paths first. I wonder. I do. All right, interesting. Polyline is not going to walk to it. All right, so we'll just do curves. Those ones I know I can just reposition everything on. Except that means you need to not be a paint layer. You need to be a vector layer. Okay, so still not that, but I can... I actually do want it to go right along with those bottom edges. Bottom side edges give it kind of the right feel. Okay, yeah, and because I did single clicks on them all, it actually registered them all as corner points. Now, shapes. All right, double click the insert point. Grab you and you. No. This and that. Oh, can I... I would make a line right inside here. Nope. Okay, what does Marie do then? Control Shift Z. So many different standards. Okay. So I'm wondering if this is going to work like how I want it to. Well, I mean, what I can always do is I can always just make multiple boxes effectively and then just lay it all out. Yeah, so let's go ahead. I like that one is there, so rather than messing with it, add you and basically redo it, but just chunk. And if it overlaps, then we overlap. I almost want to be able to just set parameters on things, though. Great guides. Now I can go. Now watch, there's going to be... You know, that would have been made some things a great deal easier if I'd done that earlier. Can I even... Yeah. Okay. Why mess with all that? I can just set my own snap points right here. Okay. And we're just going to pop you. We're going to pop you. Back to vectors. Back to Bezier. Not filled, outline brush. So all these parameters are things I can change later. Block guides. Yes. So now I'm not actually going off on them here. Showing the guide, but you're not doing a snap to. There we go. Snap to guides. Oh. Wobbling around a little bit here, but not to both of them at the same time. Interesting. I'm not even anywhere near the right one yet. Go back to edit the shapes. Snap you to here. And just use these. Yes, merge point's good. Alright, that is looking more like how it's supposed to. Alright. Go stat box border. Sure. I need to unlock the guides. There we go. Just to make sure I can get my snaps to behave properly. Set up the guides over the very borders too. I can turn off the snap to sheet edge. There we go. And now lock my guides again. Just if I'm on the right one. There we go. Now, okay, so you were right on spot anyway. You're good. You're good. You were off a tiny amount. All right, now we go back up to here. Bezier. Oh, perfect. Boom, boom, boom. Done. One more vector here. What's that? What are you doing here? You are corner point. You are corner point. Fine, if you're gonna be like that, I'll just take you, snap you right where you're supposed to be. Perfect. Why does it feel like you're doing the same thing here as you did? Yeah, you're right. You're right. Right. You're the only one that has an extra one. I have all of you. Change you. Okay, so wait, smooth points, you do metric, you do that. I can't turn them into corner points. Interesting. Okay, if I do the segments. All right, that's how I do it. Grab each segment, tell you you are not a curve, you're a line. Good. Nope. Okay, it actually does reflect what they are over there. You can double check. Faint, but you can see. Almost thought you'd get away. There we go. All right. Now, what I do here, go like this. Okay, so we'll go take that. Here we are. Got all these tools here for manipulating the line itself. But I can also turn it into a path if I need to. Alright, now I just need to decide how do I want to go about this. So I know what I want is to make it kind of look like kind of a metallic frame that I want to add like a little Bezier onto it, curve it, but yeah, but I can't do all those because those all require it to be on a paint layer. Yes, this is one bit where as much as Adobe is a horrible company now, all the actual training that I'd had was with that, so I would know exactly where to go to get this effect. Rita is similar in design to it, but not exactly the same. So whatever I'm going to do with these, first I will just make sure okay, log all those so I've got these shapes here. No matter what else happens, I'm not going to lose them. Even though I think the stroke... Yeah, you... It's supposed to be 4 pixels. What do you think you're doing? Oh, actually... maybe what I was looking for. It's minor, because I only have so many pixels to work with. Alright, but let's say I do turn it up to 8. That sounds hard. Round. Okay, so the inner edge is always going to be like that, but that's actually fine. other than if we go to a gradient. Well, first let's see how well does it actually follow the gradient. No, like this. Okay, so it looks like it's going... Okay, so just left to right in screen space itself here. Which, I mean, does make sense. If I do it as radial... Okay, so it takes the 0 point is up here, and then goes out to the edges like that. Let's just see if I shove that here. Okay, so I actually did have it up the evens. That's fine. Honestly, I think... I mean, just change the colors here. And yeah, you're on the line art set, which is... Okay, so we'll grab you. Alright, sure I got the right ones here. Alright, B6, F6, FE. B6, F6, FE, good. Okay. Go here. Effectively, I'm going to have two images to work with. There's going to be the borders layer that goes on basically above everything else. Then we've got the backgrounds layer that'll go below everything else. Just inside here, I'm going to be working on a single one. Okay. Go ahead, duplicate layer. Here. Box background, but now on this one, fuck you, hide you. Down here, behind the stroke, go to the fill. Okay, yeah, so now we've got the actual fill gradient on it. All right, And now I've got control over on that here. I wonder, was that option there over on the other one? I just didn't see it. Ah, it is. Okay, so it can add some interesting effects like that here. And then I can also go take the center point. Grabbing something crazy over there. Interesting to animate. I could like animate that. Okay. There's going to be some fiddling around with getting something that looks just like how I want it, but for now, right, this is going to be a little different. Yeah, so I can actually grab you. And this is actually going to be kind of a two-parter. One is I'm going to want kind of a little sheen with it. Effectively what I've got here. You are not allowing me to edit the alphas on there. Ah, this is where I do it. I don't want a huge amount. I just want a little something. So honestly, this may actually work better on the border layer. Why are you not loading things up? Come on. Now I got a gradient on here. Oh, because I got locked, that's why. Okay. No. Okay, and then I can do this. But honestly, a linear is enough. And apparently I've been messing with the preset in and of itself here, but okay. if I go back down to here, make you visible, off. Make you solid. Just go boom, like that, and now have to know that is not the color I'm going with. Just want to go. Basically, I just want to add a little bit of a giant effect onto the corners, make it look like it's lit. I also wanted to overlay the text itself, which we'll do as this layer. Okay, yeah, so just add 25 there. Yeah, so you go here. Okay, no, but you're not going to do what I want. We do have to go over to this style. Up, opacity all the way down to 0. 50. Go back to 25. Take you back to white here. Okay. Subtle little effect, but I like it. Let's actually go ahead, do a quick look at how this would appear over on the okay. But rather than calling this one guidelines, we will alright, so we'll just call borders. I'll have to trim this a little more than I planned to initially to account for the increased border size, but that's just a minor shift over. Like so. Yeah. I think I kind of like that. And I'm not hearing anyone else saying anything different, so hey, I guess I'll stick with this one. All right, and now we can just to be thorough on it. Turn that off. Port. Back to overlay borders. Yes. Okay. Okay, cool. And now you see that going over on the background there. Honestly, no, I have a small effect I do want to do with that. That we will duplicate again. I want to convert this into a paint layer. Alpha lock this. What I want to do is I want to set up what looks like a grid across this entire thing, which I believe I'll be able to do. Okay, so we'll just go here. All right, what we got for patterns? Yeah. That's a little thing going back there. Okay, let's go with that. And we go, whoop. Huh? No. Okay, maybe we can't use that. Maybe we do still have to have it be a... How? I know I did something like that before, but how did I do that? All right. Turn off you. Got you here. Are you still registering that my alpha's cranked down? Well, those are fine. Those are fine. I somehow screwed up the blend mode. There we go. Now I set background pattern. Grid. interesting, more effect over on that side OBS. I think those grids are actually, yeah, they're too small. Oh, that's worse. And also another part of the problem is that you are... Okay, let's just wipe. Just did, okay. Fill, because we're doing an erase. Back to the pattern. All right, how far back do I have to go back in history here? Okay, this one we're okay. Okay, that's showing how it's supposed to. Pattern, we got preserve the alpha. You know, I wonder if I'm just make this more difficult than I need to. So I go here. Got the vector itself. Okay, no, that is not creating anymore. So since here I have to go onto this. We got the mesh option, this gradient solid. But we can't do a pattern control on here. I do have to go over here, deal with this. Okay, if I lock the alpha on here again, now if I go messing around with this. I'm thinking, as far as the basic grid goes, I don't quite like that one. Okay, something that scales decently well. Yeah, I may have to do this the hard way. Oh well. So go over to just basic line. I don't know. Yeah, I think that's good. Kind of want is more. It's just kind of like this, but regularly spaced. Look. Hmm. Okay, and then instead of just copying the alpha across like that, because I do actually like how that looks above just solid black. Then if I take the chat font and turn it into white, it should look like basically like a console screen, which is what I want it to do. Now let's have these as kind of a light, kind of little space and just give it a little bit of visual interest in there. Yep. Thank you, Saribot. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so I just need to make a little 20 pixels. And there's probably going to be someone who knows a much easier way of doing this. So specifically, you'd have to know it in Krita. There we go. Well, if there is anyone here who knows Krita who's hopped in and doesn't mind leaving their lurk, give me a way to just speed this up. Hundred. I did notice that there's a way to convert stuff into patterns. So if I can like this, then effectively just paint with it. Now my eyes are starting to mess with me, not seeing some of these as square, even though I know that they're all 20 pixels apart. Yeah, now the ones on this edge might not be, but that's okay. Yep. You back where you're supposed to be. Yeah, it's because OBS you have to use hold down the space bar in order to pan around. Krita, it's just middle mouse. And let's actually go over here. Because rather than just relying on the straight OBS background, we'll set you to black. And then we got... do that, but then this one... mask here, but now what I should be able to do is boom, like that, switch to here, the source, and now if I go here, warp you to delete that off, and now I'm just going to do a quick bump. Hawk guides, we're going from here. There's something I messed up there, so I do like that. Okay. I want one that goes deliberately outside so I can check. Now I do duplicate here. For to transparency. Visible. Okay, if we do clicking group. Do this, make that into a clipping group, and now take you, put you inside of it. I mean, I've done this before. I just don't remember how. It's always annoying. If you're gonna be like that. I mean, I've got the guides going up. So, as annoying as it's going to be to get all of them in. How did you even get set to color dodge? What? What command even adjusted that? Lovely thing. Anyway. Okay, so go here, just pop those out for the moment. Back here. Unlock the guides and get back to work on this. 480, so I need 460. $40, 20. Okay. So grab panning across while you're also adjusting guides is problematic. Yep. There we go. The 40, 20. All right. Now go relock my guides. And there's probably some way to actually. Oh, well, that would have been the thing I had intended earlier. Fix that size back up. Anyway. Now, what I wanted to do was something like that, except for it to actually work. Now, why aren't you working? Because you're on a race. Oy. Okay. Or let's go up the guides, drag another one out just to go out to here. No? Okay. Yeah, something like that, but I'm definitely going to tone it down. Luckily, that I can just do on a full layer basis. Oh, I do know that I've done all this. I'm raising the question of, I actually want to go all the way off screen like that, or do I want to just cut it here? Or would I actually want it to go all the way across from here? Yeah, I'm thinking actually. And something that I may have just realized that I need to check real fast. Okay, good. That moment where you're never quite sure if your background audio is playing to the stream or not. As it is. And I realize I'm not exactly sure I remember how I've got it playing over to there. I mean, I can hear it, you can hear it. I guess that's all that matters, though. I need to really remember how I did that, because that was effectively the problem that was going on over with the weekly RPG games, where it's like, oh, I can play the music on my side, but I can't get it to broadcast out to everyone else. Part of that's because it's broadcasting out using the OBS virtual camera, which, with how Discord is set up, it will tie your camera audio to your recording audio. You can't effectively do two channels. I had found a sort of a workaround for it, but then it would just mean that I couldn't hear Discord because of how things were going, which isn't ideal. Okay, so if the snaps work like they're supposed to, I should just be able to go boom. Yeah, looks like it is. These feel misspaced to me. That may just be... I'm hoping that's a trick of my eyes. Alright, turn the guides off. Now we go here, and let's just turn that effect down. Yeah, I don't want it to be hugely visible. I just want it to be a little ghost of a grid. Yeah, I like that. And now if I go to over here... Okay, just make sure... Overlay borders, yes. Overlay background. Got the OBS. Add image. Background. You all the way down to here. Let's see how it looks broadcast. Yeah. I kind of like that. All right. Now, Just get the frame for myself, which now ideally what I should be able to do. Go chat box border. I'd like to be able to just take this exact same stroke options. Okay, so we'll go enter gradient name, call it. Okay, so we've got that at least. Go to camera border. You unlock you so I can actually modify you again. All right, we set you to gradient, check. We set the stroke effect. We're hiding down here. Turn you up to 8. Set the border. All right, but I think I want to move this on top. Yeah, that looks a little better. Let's do that. And now for the camera, though, I don't think I want to put a background layer in this one specifically, because this background is something that I can affect over in Vignon. That'll leave me a little bit more control if I just leave this as just a frame. Okay, and now, well, just grab the same bit for the little stat box over here. I want to do the same sort of shade effect, though, on here, on the fill side. Border, gradient. Okay, do that shine. Well, I mean, I can just do a quick check on it now. Because he's visible. Export, overlay borders, save, yes. Boom. OBS loads. All right. I'm still sticking out. Ah, guys are too far down here. Rename you. Go. There we go. And now, to see the difference, we go back to camera border, grab you. Wait, nope, not mesh. We go back to this gradient. All right, let's go shine. Yep, I can see the effect it's having there. Borders. Save, okay. Keeps it consistent. And I'll keep the root file around, so If it does cause me a problem, then I can go ahead and just yoink it later. Always keep your back versions. Oh, well, something may be coming up. Okay. Possible shift of plans on it, but working out some stuff over there while I'm working on this. But anyway, I want to do the same effect over on Statbox border. Yeah, I do want to keep that over in the background. Oh, we unlock. Nope. Grab. Alright. Stroke. Gradient. Lighting this apparently. Alright, bump you up. Corners. Fill. Gradient. Grab the preset. Oh, that actually meshes over there just about right, too. Alright, export back to borders. Don't overwrite the background. Oh. Alright, got a nice little shine effect. And in this case, I actually want to move primary above so that if I stick out over the edge here, like so, not clipping off. Keep me in my little cage. And then I put the background layer. Actually, I'll put the background layer actually above even the spout feedback. So that way when I've got stuff over in here to deal with, yeah. Alright, alright. I need you, and you to show up. Duplicate you. Then turn you off. Go to here, take this, just give it a straight black fill. Turn off the stroke. Right, grid detail there. Now, what I was thinking is basically have different little sections inside here. Okay, then we're going to duplicate you again. Convert you into a paint. Honestly, I don't even need to do that. I can just do delete that, create a new paint layer here, and just stick to working down in this section. What I'm going to be doing on this area, font, and now I've got this nice fancy little font here. There we go. Celestial Modern. You can see the credits for that down in my About. At least on Twitch you can. On YouTube, I don't think I've got it showing up over on there. I should probably do something about that. Yeah, and this is the... Yeah, that was the color I want to use because I want to keep kind of the same sort of feel here. Next, you fill all this. Okay, that's how I'll work on that front. Okay. All right, effectively that becomes a layer of its own here. Okay, that's how I'll go in to edit it. And opacity 10%. I want to have that same sort of feel, but I think that might be too little. Yeah, I can barely see that. All right, yeah, that is too faded. I want to feel like kind of like embedded in the background, but I don't want it to. Some of it I almost. No, I'll just bake it in for now. And then I will go ahead and when I actually have hooks for it, I'll worry about trying to get that going in OBS. Right now, I just want something to fill that space. And as for what I'm actually going to be doing with the text, well, I mean, it's supposed to look like a console on here, so all right, let's line height. Up those a little bit. Okay. Yeah, then spacing. And this actually kind of works out really well with this too, because if you don't know precisely what I'm typing, it's just going to look like stuff, which is fine with me. So can do underline, can do italic, though it doesn't matter a whole lot. Of course, the downside of working with it this small on it here is it's this small over in my view. So me actually being able to see it is problematic. Okay, so you know what? Just so I can actually see what the heck I'm doing. Yeah, we're all size 16 here. Let's just do it 18. All right, and then I can also mess with it. I can mess with the color here too. All right, yeah, so that's text span. Because I'd almost want this to be out on a grid too. Fixed spacing. All right. So then, like, I take these, I drop them down to 8. But it doesn't actually break it up like I'm hoping with the underline. So break all those out. And the tabs aren't being respected either. That's annoying. Look my white space, damn it. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do this in multiple parts. All right. And there were actually a couple more places I wanted to put this in as well, too. Like I go back here. That. The opacity. Get down 50% on that. And I almost kind of do want a background layer over on this one, but I would need a third one to go behind it. It's supposed to be one that gets overridden. Well, I mean, that's doable. Pick a border up so I know what space I've got to work in. Let's take a look there. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, effectively, so I have a default back in here. So in that case, I do want then border. Go duplicate this, unlock you. Turn off the stroke. The solid black fill. Underneath that. All right, check box caption just so I can keep things linked properly here. And also I'm going to have to then go ahead and group them properly too. Captions. Oh. Well, here we go. Back to text. Yeah, so grab you. You sent it over to here. And now the spot that should be covered, I will do as well. Drop you down. Nope, you're fine. You, though, should be your own thing. Oh, no, you actually are just straight up your own. I'm still dealing with a vector layer. Snap off just like this. There we go. Now that should be covered up by me. If I go take that error. Okay. Now I call this captions. RPG. All right, so because this is going to be a different layer, though, I turn these off. Overlay background. Nice. Now I turn these off as well. Turn those on. MBG, save. Grab another image. Call you MBG. Yeah, there we go. That's basically what it looks like if it's not up and going. Take you down here, put you behind the spout. Round. Okay, you can kind of see it. Yeah, that works. And then if it ever goes off, there we go. Haha. Nice. I need to make sure to keep the terminology that I'm using the same too, though. User is operator. Yeah, so the borders I don't think I need to touch again. That's working pretty nice. There, and chatbox grid. Or lock the rest of these so I don't mess them up by accident. Okay, so status captions, I'm going to need to make multiple ones in here so I can break them apart right. And then here I'm going to also need to set the grids back up again. Okay, so we got operator. Okay, so that's basically it links onto the middle line of it. It is actually less than ideal, but I can still keep things linked. I'm just going to shove you over here for the moment so you just stop messing with my guide placement. Seriously, what are you hooking onto? I don't have other guides in that section. Okay, so you're just hooking onto your old spot. All right. One line there. Okay. All right, so basically we'll do it by columns. So operator status. Yeah. Okay. Break these down below here. Oh, not below the background. But I do want them below the border. I can turn it on. Okay, so because they're locked, if you do that, it automatically makes a copy. Interesting. Yeah, that's good to know. You don't actually have anything on you at all, so let's just pop you out of there. I do need to lower that a little. Okay, that looks like good spacing to me. Then the horizontal alignment, I'm just going to have to eyeball. All right. Okay. Okay, so I actually want that other color on my temporary palette here too, though. Camera background captions, unlock you. No? Okay. Now there's got to be a way to grab it. Oh, worst case. Yeah, I mean, worst case is I can just go. Again, then I go back to here. Okay, so we got one recent. Fine. And when I go here. And you also need to show up in the recents. Yeah, hit that same issue I've been having for tools. No. Where is Blair? Knockers. Advanced color selector. Great, but I need the palette. Resets. There we go. Palette. Pull you out here. Ah, because I don't have my custom one this time around. Okay, new palette. Colors. All right, give this swatch name to be error. standard. There. Now I'd better be able to just grab them. Now I go over here. Things real fast. Alright, good. Now let's introduce a couple friends to help get each other handled with a few things on it. Background project stuff. Oh, it's nice to see when they're working together on things. Alright, so we got ID. Alright, this one here. Let's see. Yeah, I can actually do a bunch of these. As well, I mean, where a bunch of things are going to be that aren't there. And I'm also going to want to make another element as well that I can expand out and cover on this. Okay, but I know how to do that. Because what I'm going to do on that one, because that's where I'm going to lay in the Fugi images. So first, I'll just get my fixed background here, and then I'll worry about getting the Fugi side of things in after. Got a template I can use there. Make a new one. This one I'm using headers. So I need heart rate. Brainwave. Is there? And there's probably going to be more stuff that I want to put in, but I'm not sure. Not sure which ones I want to go with at the moment. Oh. Boom, boom, and it feels like I should. I mean, I've got a lot of blank space to work with over on this. What do I want to fill it with? What other things would I conceivably be tracking? All right, well, that is one I can do there. Maybe, but that would... All right, no, that one, that's something I can put in. All right, yeah. This one won't be baked in because this is one that's going to hook in on stats over from OBS because I should be, well, I mean, that's how I did some of those screens was like my starting VRV, all that. OBS has access to the same set of fonts. As a UTM uptime. So then I'll have to line that one up over from here, but I'm pretty sure I can grab that info off of it. And this little bit that I got down in the corner here, where I currently have my VRC going up, I believe there is a way to get the info out from that. And then that I can feed in over onto here as well. Eventually. That's definitely not something I'm going to put in today. But I can put a space for it. And just until I get those put in, good old little error text. Well, there's many cases of there's supposed to be something here, but there isn't right now. Okay. Close that in. I want to go with those similar sort of grid lines. I don't. That would... And on the one hand, they would look kind of nice. On the other hand, that would be a pain in the ass to set up again. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want the move tool. Window move. Transform. Yes. Yes. Okay. No, I don't want to move all of you. Just you. Just that far. Now I go grab the box, set it to delete. This off so I can see behind it. I don't even need to. I can just go boom, boom. So that overlap is messy. But you know what I can do to solve that? Oh, wrong layer. Here. Here. Left just a tiny bit off the end. Wear it. Notch. Oh no, I do want it to look like it's going over. So we go there. You. That out of there. And then just to make sure there's nothing visible here. Also delete up there. You're good. Here. Boom. Yep. Boom. Lock. Lock. You need to square off a little too here. Ah, I already trimmed a bit too much off of that one. So, easy solution. We go with you. Unlock, copy, paste, relock that one, go back to here. locked. Captions, you stay locked. Yep. Row. And they're slightly off. Oh, that's going to be annoying. They do that over here too. Yeah, they do, and I don't know why. Because it should be going just straight from the other one. Oh, okay, so clearly I got two of them that are messed up. Well. Goodbye, you. Goodbye, you. Unlock you. Properties. Status grid detail. And honestly, what I can do here, rather than mess around with a whole bunch of the other stuff, go set you to delete. And we're taking them off the exact same one. So unless somehow all my grid lines got misaligned, which is possible. So annoying. They should be 1-to-1. I'm going to stop worrying about that. Yeah, here. So now I'm moving directly to the right. I think it just didn't do a 90-degree rotation. Oh well. Anyway, now that I got that. Unlock these just to make sure that doesn't break anything here. Need to trim off anything from coming over in here. Now I take U3. Okay, rather than doing a group, I guess we're just going to do E, Control E. All right, turn off go guides. Down in there anyway. Nice. Do underneath the captions. Good detail. And because I've just had this been copied a couple other times now. Yay. I don't need you there. Yeah, so that's with everything visible. That kind of works for me. Now, I want just the borders, so we turn off you. Yeah, you there. You're extra. Options, grid, background. All right, so first we just got our borders and the shine effect. Yes. Okay. Make sure. Now we turn off the borders. We go with just the camera. That's its own exception. Now we got chat box. Got status box. And hey, but over here, I'm not doing myself breaking containment any. I believe I have an overlay. All right. Now the most important part, save this entire thing. As the layered Krita document, so I can make changes when and as I need. So it went a bit longer than I was expecting to. Still don't have the alerts, don't have the chat put in yet. But you know, I'm happy with the progress I made on this here. I think this looks good. Now I have to get this set up over onto the actual gaming side of things. You still need to get the collab option aside in there too. Or kind of like a little extendable pane. Goes out through here. And effectively it's just going to sit over the status box. Kind of like it's pushed out from the side. But back and wait for later. So I need to take a little bit of a break. It's a, stretch, take care of water. Anyone else still watching? I recommend you do the same. It's been a good just under 3 hours. And original plan here is to go and finish off Limbo. But that may or may not be the case. It depends on if a certain person wants to actually get some more information over for me. I don't want to wait for info on that. Just kick everyone over onto the BRB screen, and I will see you all shortly. I'll be back soon. And welcome back, folks. So, I am nearly done over with my overlay work because that art screen was one thing. Now I get added all over onto the gaming screen. It's laid out a little bit different. Probably shouldn't be all told, but whatever. All right, camera background. Boop. All the way to the bottom. Here, game capture is actually going to go above. Now we want the overlay background going above here. Come on. All right, goes above my image. And now the overlay borders. And actually take the default black, that over to here. Game capture one. Now, if I recall correctly, yeah, with Limbo, it wouldn't pick it up normally. What I have to do here is get it launched over on this side. Toss up the blacks. Okay, wait for my graphics to completely reset because of that. Toss up the black screen of Doom real fast. And primary on. Battery sized. Boom. All right, the game capture wasn't working, so now I need to go turn on the desktop audio. Nothing visible for that. Okay, we'll just unmute over on here for desktop audio. Turn that down to match game capture settings. Okay, there were no filters on that, so no filters on here. Good. And be able to take default black off. Almost. All right. It does not like alt-tabbing out of that. Well, at least now you can know if I go cheat. And yeah, there wasn't any rebinding of those. Oh, where did we leave off here? This puzzle, yes. Jump, action, yeah. That was all that there really was to it. I was ignoring that. Oh. Yeah, see, I did notice was I got to switch up there. But drag you. I want something below that. Now, on this. I'm gonna shove you here. Nope. Okay, I'm getting closer on that timing. Okay, but I need to hit its peak right as I'm getting over onto it. So if I throw it at that point there where it's just on its way back, that's too soon. So I need to flip it and then run. So when it's about halfway, perhaps. Not quite. Closer. I have almost got this. There we go. And leap and grab. Yay. Okay, finally passed that one. Oosh. Ow. Not quite. But I was right that I did want to be down on the lower level. That would have been worse. Oh, hold on. I had on something here. Gotta check that real fast. There we go. One saw blade out of the way. Okay, that was mean and highly uncalled for. How do I make it not do that? It. No. Bad. No. Bad cart. Okay, it's gonna be dragging me no matter what I want to do here. Wish this thing had a brake. Oh, fine. Let's see. Is there anything else that happens? Alright, are you still alive? Yes. I saw something moving up there. Oh, interesting. That's how I get the extra time. And whoop, counter that. Get you moving. Climb. Run. Run faster, run faster, run faster. Jump just in case. This is going to be interesting. The jump that I had to make. Am I about to get squashed? Yes. Okay. So now that I know what's over there. Bit more so I can... no. So it's at that flat one is where I have to be. So wait when it hits the flat, wait on the edge. Then I just gotta hold on until it tilts enough and I can make it over. Here. Wait here until a little further. Nope. Then wait long enough. Trying again. Alright, got that, almost. Run up. Ha, there we go. That is an electric rail. That was mean. Gotta wonder if there's actually any expectation of someone doing a first try run on this, because some of the stuff, like in this section here, you cannot know some of what's coming up. Alright. Ah. Optional section. At least to stop churning. Oh. Okay, since it stopped churning up there, does that mean that's... Nope. They're not that nice. Ugh. Okay, at least I know now. Yep. Turn that mode back off again. Alright. Yay. Hold here. Push you off. Lightly. Alright, you slide. I just drop down from the ledge. I can finally almost see where I'm going again. That looks like a laser. Yep. So not a laser, but still painful. Alright, that falls too far. Any way to disable that thing? No. But I can see from here. Anything back here, can I grab the box? Will you come with me, Boxy, and save me one more time? Nope. Oh, it's timed. I don't think I've got that much hang time. Oh, can one gun shoot another? No. No, wait, it took some damage. It's smoking. That's a good sign. Ha, there we go. Okay. That's how we deal with the angry turrets. This is going to be another electrified rail at some point, it looks like. We got boxes. We got a switch. Okay, given that feels like it's going to be electrified, let's get something where I might be able to jump from. Ah, it's not electrified. It's anti-grav. Okay, then you have to let it up. Yeah, that's gonna bonk me. If you over a little more. Nope. So I've got to have one over. Give me a timing thing. All right. So it looks like basically what it is I need to get one of them up. So I need to be able to climb up to here. Get one of them to fall, and then grab it off of here. Drag it back this way. But... well, okay, one of the things I can try here. I know I'll have some time for it to slide. Ah, nope. Okay, I can keep resetting it that way. How happens if I catch it? Okay, so I need to push it to right about here. How do I get it to be right about there is the question. Well, I'll have a little bit of time once it's off the timer. Almost. Right idea, a little too far. Okay, so I think it's right about there I want it. I'm not even sure if this is going to accomplish what I want at this point. I'm just experimenting. Okay, no, so right here. Okay, so basically fitting right between those two. No, that's not going to land square enough. Come on. You can go in the right direction on this. Alright, is there anything else over here I can mess with? No. Maybe it's... maybe if one goes, the other will kind of shove it. No, not enough oomph on that one. Unless... okay, I do that. That gets you all the way up to the top. How far does... oh, I can't tell from here how far it goes. But what I can do... okay, so I let that go here. Okay. Messed up my timing on that one. Pushed here. Okay. So as far as it's going to go is it's going to reach about here and then stop unless it gets smacked. I'm just wondering if that's going to smack it hard enough. They don't have a lot of time to push this thing over. Yeah, you're done there. No, and that pushes it over in the other direction. We have a ramp over here, though, leading to it. Yeah. It's timing. Run away. Jump. That's the trick. And let's go down here so I can actually catch the thing. There we go. Oh, easy once you know the trick. Ladder. Ladder goes where? Okay. I reach the ladder without... Like if I jump. Okay, yes. Let me do this again. Nope. You make sure not to double jump on that. Bonk. Okay, try again. Come, climb. Run. Grab box, pull. Bonk. Ah, but now I can try to ride that thing. So gravity won't affect me, but it will affect the box. Yay! Alright. That was sneaky. I see a saw blade. I don't like that saw blade. Okay, maybe it's just part of the lift. There are many things about this game that I do not trust on sight. Alright, I got me a box. Okay, will the box block the laser without activating it? That is today's question. Yes, it will. Yep. Ah, so I actually have to use down to jump in this case, which makes sense. It's just kind of funny. And can I grab? No. So I will need the box to get up onto this one. But what am I supposed to do then? Get up to there. Is there another box I can grab from somewhere? I don't know how far this effect goes. There's a timer thing. Yeah, not enough there. So that's not the whole solution. Well, let's see over here. Nope, nothing there. Well, let's see if I soft lock. Okay, yeah, I think I soft locked. Oh, that's okay. I've got a reset button. Oh, I don't even need. Cool. Not a soft lock after all. Of course, there's a question now of what happened to the box, because I left it over there. It clearly fell. You know what? Just... let's get the box back. don't see anything down here. Well, I mean, there is a glowy. Just not one I can survive getting to at this time. There we go. Now I can go over to here. And I have... what's this? Another box. Okay. And that is the second box that I need. Question then is, how do I get from there to here? I mean, I may as well leave that there, because I know I can make this jump without needing it in both directions. Which I did once. At least I thought I did. Okay, so it saved that part, so it recognizes that that was been achieved. Okay, let's take a look over here. Alright, let's get this guy all the way over to here. Alright, so when it falls, it should land above the gun. As for what that's going to accomplish, I'm not quite sure yet. Okay, so I know I can make it off from this without a box. But making it back on does need it. That's where the limit was. Okay, and then I cannot make it up there without... the box drop? Oh, okay, so here's where the box landed. Hold up. Okay, no. So whatever the glowy is down there, that's not... Alright, let's get this up here. And what's happened over here? Ah. There's an anti-grav just in this section. Okay, so we build up momentum and hoop. Okay. Almost. I think I'm on to it. Okay. Speed. But I can't let it hit anything or it loses too much momentum. Okay, that might be onto it. Okay, I want to give it more forward momentum by letting it slide down the slope a bit first. Oh, ballistics. And now, when I flip the switch, it'll hop up there and slide over to the top where I can retrieve it. Sneaky. Okay. Go in evil mode with this game. Yep, here's Boxy 2. Ah. It goes back to here. Starts, flip. There we go. Whew. All right, another section along. All right, we have magnets, and we appear to have anti-grav. Oh, that whole giant thing. Okay. Okay, but now if I do... Okay, and that keeps it there. But I don't want this one to be caught. So I don't have a great deal of... Oh no, so I turn this on, wait till this one hits, and then turn it off immediately. Okay. There is not a large window to work with, and there's a little bit of a height difference, and that's where I need to find the timing. Alright, I only heard one. Perfect. Come on. This is not a hard jump. I've done this one easy. There. Up. Never mind the giant multi-ton block of steel holding onto your head only through the strength of electromagnets. I'm sure they won't fail and, you know, crush you completely. Alright, falling into the sky will kill you. Good to know. Nope. Aha. Okay. You got another laugh off that one. I know how to do it. Okay, so I suppose I should reword that to say I've done it once. I have yet to know for certain how to do it a second time. Okay, so we got this. Drop before we hit the spikes. Okay, at least I stop here. Okay, that's not something I can catch. Alright, try some more. Okay, so I see that there is a thing down over there. I'm just not sure where to jump to reach it, because I'm pretty sure I'm just skimming the bottom of it. And then that gives my arc too short. Okay, well, if I just don't jump at all, then that arc is way too short. Okay. Don't have much of a window to go by. Nope. I had to check. Oh, what about this? If I fight, can I just do a dangle drop? No. I wonder. So we've got that arc as it is there. Don't have a lot of space at the bottom of it. Trying to think. And, okay, admittedly looking to see if there's something that I have missed completely. Okay, we check here. We've got to be near the end. Back at that. Wait, what? That apparently is a switch. Okay, that's too much. Ow. Alright, a little closer. Okay, then to here. And to here, then I want to jump over to that part of the H first. And then to the rope. And now I can just then safely to the O. Which I really hope is another checkpoint, because I don't want to do that again. Okay. Ah. And it's timed. Ow. This is new section. Okay. Does not give me a lot of time to work here. Okay, so I think I basically have to do this in multiple parts. Just nudge it further along each time. And not miss that jump. And make sure it's far enough ahead that I don't get crunched by it. There's going to be a bit of a trial and error on this one. Okay, that was closer than I would like. There we go. Hup. Up. Oh, it's on a timer now. Ow. Okay. So I need... Whew. Okay. Two of them. Mean. Alright, so I can't just walk up. I do need to jump. Okay. We got something new happening. Slow motion and landing. And the highlights are down, so I'm hoping this isn't actually, oh, you escape but you die in the process. Especially after that last sequence, that would be bad. Very dissatisfying. That does look very painful, especially in slow motion. The kids bounce, right? Right. Okay. This seems very familiar to the start of the game, and I don't like that. And I can see it being thematic in that, okay, you're stuck forever in an endless loop. After all that we've been through on that, that feels extremely unsatisfying. Oh, okay. Hello, person. Please do not kill. You have long hair, and long hair's nice. Mm. And that's it. All right. Well, that was an experience. A lot of extremely mean physics puzzles. Not unbeatable, but mean. Oh. Okay, looks like the ladder's been pulled up. That's promising. Yeah, they moved on. Ah, and then we're just down to here. Yeah, so, well, let's see. Is there... Oh. Take a look, see if there is an alternate ending. Not what it is, necessarily, but just if there is one. Okay, so apparently there's some achievements for beating this with 5 deaths or less, or no deaths. And which is also necessary for getting all of the secrets in here. Oh, let's take a look here. Is there an alternate ending? See, and this is... Okay, yeah, so it's just completionism. Oh. Okay, so we got like a handful of people saying, "Oh yes, there really is. I found it honest." All right, and maybe. All right, so in theory, okay, so if I try doing this again, okay, too much go. Okay, and if you mess that one up, you just die. Okay, no, so I have to hit that on the down slope. If I hit it up, then you get fried. That was a little more than usual. How did I do this before? I got the audio cues. Too soon. I need more momentum, so I need to be a little further past. Okay, then that shoves me through here. We do the slow-mo. Let's see. Okay, let's... Alright, so we're done with that. Now we can wake up. Alright, we are conscious once more. See what happens if we go left instead. Nope. Nothing over here. Yep, and then we just go back to here. But alright. That was Limbo. And yeah, so apparently you can 111% the game. Though for where you actually find those stats, maybe that's over on the other platforms. Those do not appear to be on the Epic version. So maybe the Steam version's tracking the achievements for it. Maybe on the console, because I know it's on... Pretty sure it was on Xbox, pretty sure it's on PlayStation. But it feels like it was the... Because when you take a look at there at the end, it's, yeah, she's kind of burying something. And you're prevented from actually getting over to her. So, I don't know, I'm thinking... Oh, especially from the fact that, oh, well, you get to keep starting over and over and over and over and over and over. And the kid's the only one with glowing eyes. So, pretty sure Spirit trying to reach someone who meant something to them in life, as their body's being buried. But I did some checks. Majority opinion is that there are no alternate endings, and that basically having that ladder kind of pulled up, split in half, was supposed to set up a sequel that I guess never happened. Or maybe hasn't happened yet. But either way, I'd say today's been fairly productive overall. I got this shiny new overlay that I like it. And managed to knock a completed game off the list. So with that, oh, there's a ping earlier. All right. All right. A message of not being able to view anything from before there when I was active during that time. So let's see who we want to head on over to now. Got a few people. Hey, been a little while. Not sure who all. All right, I think he'll be going for a little while. So I'm gonna mute that so not to completely spoil it. So we got Spike Uzadas over here. It's doing Expedition 33, Clair Obscure. That seems like a pretty fun game. Not one I can really afford at the moment, but let's get you on over there and have a great rest of your evening. I plan to be back on Tuesday. Apparently, Sulaco has had an update within the last week or two. And so from that, We get some better graphics, might be some more interest coming around. We'll see what happens. Please make another chunk further in it, because I want to get that off my list too. Because I want to be able to say that every game that I've started intending to do a full playthrough, I've completed. So let's kick on over and see you next time. Have a good night.